Okay, it says we're live. I'll double check everything in a second to make sure we actually are. Hello, everyone. Welcome to my channel. If you're new here, my name is Skye. I'm a fantasy author who typically writes paranormal romance under the name SD Hegyes. And okay, I just heard noises in my ear of myself, so I'm assuming that makes everything is working. Awesome. Um, if you are unfamiliar with how I do things on my channel, we're going to do some productivity sprints. You can do whatever you would like during those sprints. I do not know what I'm going to do. Honestly, I have not a clue yet. I'll have to figure that out. Honestly, I have been staring at the computer for like 30 minutes now, trying to figure out what the heck I'm doing with my life. So that's fun. But we're going to do 4 25-minute sprints, and during those sprints, we are going to have writing prompts on screen for anyone who wants to write but doesn't know what they want to write about. I actually had got those all set up before I took a short nap before this stream, so I am feeling a little refreshed. Yeah. All right, I'm going to say hi to everyone in the chat, and then we will come back and possibly get started on sprints, and maybe I'll figure out what I'm doing with my life, because I don't know at this point. I have no idea. JC is here. Hello, JC. Welcome, welcome. Yes, I am streaming tonight. I set up my stream 2 hours ago, roughly-ish. I've been debating hard whether or not I actually wanted to stream tonight, because all week off and on I have a broken molar, and it's like half rotted, and all week it has been causing me pain off and on. And I had to go into town to pick up my youngest. She had been staying at a friend's house last night, and I picked her up, and we got home, and I was like, I need to take meds if I'm going to do this live stream. So I went ahead and did that, and they finally kicked in like 5 minutes ago. Yes, I took pain meds 2 hours ago, and they just kicked in. So that's how my life is going as far as pain goes. I do have an appointment set up for December 2nd, because that's the only time the one dentist in town is available, and I'm going to get that bad boy pulled out so he can stop causing me pain. Yeah, it's fantastic. I love tooth pain. It's great. So, yeah. What am I jamming to? I actually wasn't jamming to anything. It's just me being silly while the restream was doing its little countdown thing. So, you are live. I can hear you. JC is working on boy band romance. That's what I probably should work on. I've got some stuff to beta read that I haven't started on. That's probably what I'll work on today. Because I messaged you to see if you're streaming. I have not been on Facebook almost all day. I don't think I've been on all day, honestly. Days are starting to run together. I had work last night. I got home, popped meds, went to sleep, took like a 4-hour nap, and then when I got up, Hubs and I went into town and ran some errands before I came back and took another nap and took more meds. I've been popping meds like candy. I'm pretty much, as soon as 4 hours hits, I am taking more meds. Did I take him? Okay, it just answered your question. Wow, yeah. No, I'm not working on that. I was saying you should work on that. No, I am not working on that. That I know. That is safely on the sidelines for now. I think what I actually want to do is I want to go through my Notion. I have all the list of projects that I have ever come up with. Not all of which I've worked on, but all the ones I have on my list. That train of thought suddenly got derailed. I have a list of all the projects I've ever come up with in Notion, but it's like almost 600 projects. And I think what I want to do is separate it into categories so that it's filtered by whether or not it's like its status, an idea, published, written. I don't even remember where all the statuses are. I was thinking about that earlier today because there was a reason I wanted to do that, and I can't remember what it was now. I think it's the fact that every once in a while I tell someone like my naming convention for projects, and I'm like, in my computer I have named the projects because I don't always have a title when I first start working on stuff. So, but everything is every idea is designated a number. Like right now, there's the boy band romance, which will eventually have a different title. And the way it's named in my computer and the way I name it in my like trackers is that it's P dash number dash working title, official title, whatever, keyword, blah, blah. And the reason I do the P dash number, P stands for project dash whatever the number of the project, and then the title, is because if the title changes, I'll be able to look back through and find that number and know, especially like when I'm looking at my trackers, like what projects I was working on, which years, or how long it took me to complete projects without getting confused because the title changes. That's why I started doing that. That's a fairly new thing I started doing this year when I've been playing around with creating this master list of projects. But there are 590 projects on this list. And whenever I say that, everyone's like, oh my God, that's a lot. All of my poetry, all of my short stories, all of my novels, all my novellas, everything is on that list. If I have come up with that idea at some point, even if it's not written yet, it's on that list. And so, like, I think what I want to do is create filters and categories so that I can quickly see how many projects I've got of various types. It's supposed to already have something like that. Calculate, count all. There we go. There we go. So I think that's what I want to work on today. There was a reason I wanted to work on something like that. I think it's so I could say like, yes, it's project number 590. Project Boy Band Romance is project 586. I think it's because someone recently went like, "Wow, you have 590 stories." I was like, "Yeah, but like 200 of them are complete. It's not as fancy as you think it is. I promise." So, okay, let's see. I felt early this morning from my mom's lips. I am so sorry. That sucks. And I know the kind of relationship you have with your mom, so that double sucks. Falling at all sucks. Falling in front of someone who is going to either use that against you or laugh about it. That's even worse. Though I do need to get back to reading the boy band novels. There's no rush. You volunteered. I am not in a rush. I sent you a draft I normally wouldn't send to anyone because I usually don't send anyone first drafts. But you were like, I want to read it and prove it's not Ugly Baby. It's Ugly Baby. It's Ugly Baby. That's what I need to work on. I need to work on my small town a little more. I realized while writing book 1, I don't have all the street names figured out. I would love to work with an artist who can draw me a map of a town so that I can drop in just random towns and use that for the future. It sounds like a good system. Thank you. Hey, Eva. Welcome. JC says, I really need to get the hang of Notion, if for no other reason than to use it as a series Bible for my small town novellas. That makes sense. Uses only 200. Oh, there's probably more than that. And the reason, but it's not 500. That's what I was getting at. That's a ton. It is. I don't know why I'm up at all, but here I am. How's things? 9, 10, 11. Yeah, it's like 11:30 for you, Eva. That is late for you. Other than tooth pain, everything's good. Like even now with the meds kicked in, I think I'm still at a solid 3 for pain. If you were to rate it on like 1 to 10. First thing she said was, "Why did you fall like that?" I have words that I probably shouldn't say online where anyone could see them about your mom. I just need you to read my mind for a minute, JC. That's all I need. I'm with Eva. I hope you didn't get injured. I hope it doesn't hurt you that bad. Just remember me, I need to share your announcement about your poetry book. Ooh. 10:30 for me. Oh, you must be in Central. I keep thinking you're in Eastern, Eva. Just my pride. Knee hurts a bit more than usual now, but that sucks. Almost went to bed at 8, then turned the game on, so here I am. Glad you're okay. Yes. Agreed. So, Eva, since you are up, are you going to be working on the poetry book that I just saw? Announcement for poetry book? I am still like catching up on YouTube videos and I'm still catching up on information. I haven't been on Instagram since I got back. I didn't go on Instagram at all while I was gone. I'm still playing catch up. And I know Eva's put out a couple of videos. And one of them I think I added to my watch later list is about your poetry book. Um, but I can't remember off the top of my head. Uh, so yeah, there's my watch later list is driving me insane because it's now up to 600. I am someone who doesn't like it to get above 100. I don't like it to get above 100 videos. Once it gets there, I'm just like my eyes twitching. And it's sitting at 600 and something, and it's consistently staying at 600 and something because every time I watch a few videos, which I've done all week this week, my subscription list makes me add more. So I'm just like, I can't wait for losing. So I'm still playing catch up with that. I'll honestly probably have some videos playing in the background while I'm working on sorting out the master list of projects. To be fair, that's probably what I'm going to do, is just let some videos play as podcasts while I play around with my Notion. Which reminds me, I need to figure out how to update the Notion template I was creating. It's most of the way done, but I've added stuff to my regular you good? I think she was dreaming. Anyways, I've added stuff to my regular Notion that I want to add to my template. So let's see. Oh, I got hold on. Been in rabbit holes of bad parents to see if I am one with my eldest, and there's some awful moms out there. Gotta tell a book on. Oh my goodness. So speaking of bad moms, I'm not when I see videos like what you're talking about, Eva, I feel very blessed to have the kind of parent I had. Because while me and my sisters talk to each other and looking bad, we're like, my mom was not a good mom. When I compare her to other bad moms, she's a saint. And especially like I hear some of the stories JC tells about her mom, and I'm like, my mom may be a bitch, but she's not that kind of a bitch. Like, ugh. Um, like I feel like there's levels of bad parenting. Like right now, my oldest, which at midnight I have to go wish her a happy birthday because she turns 15 at midnight. She is not here with us. She is actually staying at her boyfriend's house. She has been there she stayed over last night and she's staying over tonight. And before anyone freaks out, this is where I might be a bad parent. And everyone's like, boyfriend's house. She sleeps on the couch while he sleeps in his bedroom. And one of the other parents is sleeping on the other couch in the living room because they work a very interesting job where they're on call and they might have to answer their phone in the middle of the night. So they're sleeping on the couch too. Different couches, 2 couches. So, yeah. But that's why I said, like, I might be on that spectrum too, because some people hear that she's staying at a boyfriend's house and they're like, what? You're a terrible parent letting your daughter stay at her boyfriend's house. And I'm like, she's going to do what she's going to do. At least I know she's safe. If she really wants to do bad things, I will not be able to stop her. I have just built up the kind of relationship with her, hopefully, where if she does bad things, she will call me and be like, hey, Mom, I've got a problem. And I'll be like, I'm on my way, honey boo. Tell me where you're at. So, but yeah, definitely on the list of like bad parenting, there are spectrums, I feel like. In a lot of ways, especially like when I see all of these awesome moms who are doing things like correctly, it makes me feel like I'm even worse parent. And then I compare myself to the actual bad moms. I'm like, nope, I'm good. I'm good. Let's see. Is she nice to you? Wow, what? Okay, that was the last comment I read about the rabbit holes. Doormat mom. Ooh. She knows your daughter. Doubt I'm working on much. Maybe. We'll see. I could probably bust out some poems tonight. No pressure. Okay. She treats my daughter better than she does me. That's a good thing. But she says things about her weight. Ugh. And just other things that she knows. It's my daughter, who's already sensitive, even more sensitive. The only priority I have on videos as far as like what order I'm watching them is by when they release, because like in JC's case, I've got like 4 videos of hers on my watch later list because I'm a terrible person. And I like to watch when the order they came out, so I don't watch like if I watch this week's video before I watched like 4 weeks ago, I might get confused and ask her questions that are actually answered in videos I haven't watched. So that's why I do that. I'm watching them in order that they were released. Next question. Next question is going to be poetry and essays, and a lot of them are me processing my feelings about her, which is probably why I'm having a hard time putting it together. I'll let her know, JC. Some of these bad parents, they're only bad to their eldest daughters or firstborn daughters. That's crazy. Wild rabbit hole, probably triggering. True, that's true. Where I could become them, like when I lose my cool and yell. I worry I feel like those moms and make deep thoughts since I'm estranged from the eldest. But I'm pretty confident we just didn't bond and our issues are less than like an estranged powers. That sucks that you were estranged, and I hope it's just because you didn't bond. I feel, and I think I've either had this conversation with my husband or my children. I don't remember which one, possibly both. Um, and I feel like if I ever give my kids a reason that they have to cut me off, that they don't ever feel guilty about it. And I don't ever make them feel guilty about it. Because I feel like you should, having seen the way some of my friends grew up, and like even now, my best friend of 20 plus years, she has an extremely, extremely toxic and abusive family. And she's just unfortunately in a situation where she can't get rid of them, because she has health issues. And she's kind of like you, JC, in which she's living with a person that she has to because of situations with her health and her financial issues and her inability currently to keep and hold a job because of her health issues. And she unfortunately does not qualify for disability based on the health issues she has. And one of the things that makes me, I really wish she could get out of that situation, but at the same time, I understand why she can't just cut them off and why she cannot get out of the situation. Um, I feel like she would do so much better if she could, but unfortunately, she's in a situation where she can't. And all that to say is that I am a firm believer that if you are able to cut toxic people out of your life, you absolutely should, because that gives you a better life. Like you heal, you don't necessarily heal, but like it's you taking care of your mental health and your physical health and stuff like that. And I hope if I ever give my kids a reason to cut me out of their life, that they never feel guilty about it, because that means they're doing something that benefits them in the long run. I hope that makes sense. I hope I never do anything that makes them do that. But at the same time, I hope that if they do have to do that for whatever reason, they don't feel guilty about it. Like right now, if in a lot of ways, if I could cut my mom out of my life because of some of the things she's done, or just the way she likes to gaslight us and pretend she didn't do half the things she did, I would cut her out of my life. But at the same time, if I cut her out of my life, I will cut my dad out of my life. And that is someone I do not want to cut out of my life, because he is very much, that is his partner for life. He has to live with her. He has to put up with her. If I cut her out, I'm cutting him out. There's no other way around it. And I don't want to lose him, so I have to put up with her and her behavior sometimes, which can sometimes suck. Like I said, there's a lot of times where it's not that bad, but she does have moments where I'm just like, can you not? Can you just not? I need to move this so I can read the screen, because I want to. There's a lot of comments that came through. I'm going to get through these comments and we're going to start our first sprint and do whatever it is we're working on tonight. Because I'm not anything like these parents. Okay, I read that comment. JC says, I'm not a terrible person. There are times I feel like it. And I'm very much a gray person where, like, I know I do bad things, but I try to balance them out with good things. It's a balancing act. I feel like I'm always walking on a tightrope. I am very much aware that if I were living in a fantasy world, I would probably be a villain. I absolutely know this. Or at least an anti-hero. And I have to work very hard against that nature of me because I'm very much that I will burn the world down right now just for inconveniencing me. And I realize this. And it's such a tightrope to walk sometimes. And there are times I'm like, oh, that was bad. Do not say that, Skye. Do not even think that. That thought needs to go away and never say it aloud. Eldest didn't grow up with me, so maybe I'm awful in some other way. Ugh. That's a rough one to put together. That's why Family Center one of mine isn't this first collection I'm doing. See, I didn't even realize you had a sister, JC. She was the child. Oh, that sucks the most. I will say this. I think, based on the conversations I've had with my sisters, the relationship my mom had with us each individually was roughly the same. There were some preferences, like on some topics with each of us. Like, I'm pretty certain there's some things where she preferred me versus my sisters, and some things where she preferred the older of my two younger sisters over either the other ones or my youngest over us. But I don't feel like I don't think she suffered from favorite child syndrome. I think we were all treated the exact same way, just in different capacities, if that makes sense. It's just that some categories were one was above the others in various areas of her life, kind of thing. First time was because I didn't like her 19-year-old boyfriend. She was 14. Ooh, no. Second time was because Trump COVID. The third time was because I removed her bestie from the Facebook over a bigoted post. And then this last time was because I was super needy while in the ICU with my husband, and while she was crying with my husband in the ICU, I snapped at her. She blocked me, which showed me so hard. And I was a bitch, super bitch. I didn't lie, didn't insult, so I don't know. Hey, sometimes you have to trauma dump. I'm just saying. Now you know. But yeah, even if I'm toxic, good on her. Just trying to figure out how to better myself if I deserve the cutoff. And sometimes maybe you don't deserve the cutoff. Maybe sometimes it's just happens. JC says, don't be sorry. It makes sense. Awesome. My mom is my only constant in my life other than my husband. Right now, it's my husband and my kids. We got back from North Carolina a week ago today. And I actually, other than the comment, the text message I sent to all three of our parents, his mom, my parents, saying, hey, we made it back safe and sound, I haven't heard from anyone in a week. That is pretty much how our conversations go. We go months without talking and then basically trauma dump on each other without trauma dumping. We're like just playing catch up where we dump everything at once in like a 5-minute conversation. Info dump, that's the word I was looking for, not trauma dump, because it's not the same. Two very different things. Sorry. Guess I'll write a poem. We're all good and bad, yeah. Side note, emails. Y'all enjoy the emails. Am I getting emails from you, Eva? I don't think I'm getting emails from you, Eva. I don't think I'm getting... I went through a couple months ago and like unsubscribed to everything as far as like author emails go, just because I was getting so many. And there was like 3 authors that were sending like daily emails. And I was just like, this is not cool. So I unsubscribed to everything, and I've slowly been resubscribing to the things that I enjoy the most. But I don't think I have resubscribed if I was ever subscribed to you, because now I think about it, I don't think I ever was subscribed to you, Eva. I'll have to check. Otherwise, I haven't been getting a lot of the emails I've gotten are from like companies, and they're like, here's a coupon for this. And I'm like, I go into your store once a year. I'm never going to use this coupon. I don't know how I'm getting emails from you. JC says, I get that, Skye. I have moments when I get extremely emotional and I can get very bitchy. When I get that emotional, probably because I spend so much time trying to hide my emotions. Don't ball them up. As someone who's very, thanks to my mom, my auto response to everything is rage. It is something that I have tried working on, and actually being up here away from my mom and away from that behavior has helped so much, because I am the kind of person that bottles it up and then I explode. And when I explode, it's nasty. It's ugly. It's awful. I hurt people emotionally, physically, and mentally. Like, I am a ticking time bomb. And I realize this. And I've worked on it so much, especially in the past 4 years, that it's the desire to like purposely maim when I am feeling emotional is so strong that I have to step back and be like, okay, we're going to take a moment. I am not going to respond at all until I know I can respond without ripping someone's head off when they don't deserve that. Me either. Sister saying, do you talk to your sister? My mom was not good. My mother was not good with teenagers and young adults, any of us at that age. I did used to talk to my sister daily, Eva, until I became homeless, and then it was like she didn't have the time to really talk to me much anymore. That sucks. I was about to say, what emails, Eva? But then I thought about it. And yes, I'm enjoying those emails. Okay, I don't know what emails we're talking about then, because if they're not from Eva, then I don't know which emails we're talking about. Does she talk to you now that you're staying with your mom? Funny thing, Eva, when I was first staying in the hotel, I asked my sister if I couldn't just come out there and stay with her until I got back on my feet. For context, my sister had been asking me to move to Oklahoma, where she lives for the past decade. And then when I finally tell her I'll move there, she tells me no. What? That feels very, very hypocritical. And that sucks so much. I am so sorry, JC. And I'm not laughing at you. I'm just laughing at the way she flipped. Like, she'd been bugging you for years and years and years to move out there. And then the moment you decide you were going to, that's when she's like, never mind. I don't want you here. So, you don't have to answer this, JC, but I am curious. With all those times she was asking you, did she have younger kids? And the reason I want to ask that is because I have a sneaking suspicion, if she does, that the reason she wanted you to move there was so that she could have a free babysitter. And now her kids are, now when you would benefit from it, now she doesn't need the babysitter. I'm just curious if maybe that's why. I've been a time bomb, not just with my daughter, maybe after she blocked me, maybe the only way we ever speak, while having my son and her brother with her 700 miles from me. First time you've been away from her ever overnight. Now we don't talk as much. Okay, I get it. Even then, after block, I told truths publicly and not like I wasn't mean anyway. Got it. Understood now. I honestly have not been paying attention to everything. I have been very much an ostrich because I've been playing catch up, that I don't know what the heck's going on. Not gonna lie, I have no idea what's going on. I hear tidbits and I just like, nope, that's too much for me right now. I can't handle it at the moment. She wanted you close, but not in her house, I guess. That's possible too. I didn't even think about that. I don't know if my sisters would take me in, honestly, now I think about it. Not because they wouldn't want to, but because they wouldn't have the room. Yeah, she was lonely and she wanted her sister out there. Yes, but she asked even when her kids got older too, so I don't know what the reason is. Catching up. Yes. Ah, I've made it to the end with the laughing. Okay. Yes, I've caught up. We're at the end of the comments for now. JC, I'm looking at you. Stop it. Don't even do it. I see you. I see you thinking about it. You're going to do it anyways, but we're going to do a sprint. 25 minutes. Let me get up a prompt for anyone who wants to write but doesn't know what they want to write about. And hi, Ogre. Here is our first prompt. It says, I wish I'd never met you. Maybe that's a cruel thing to say after so many good times together, but you're not the person I thought you were, and I wish you would just leave me alone. That hits a little close to home with the topics we've been talking about tonight. But we're going to do a sprint, 25 minutes. I'm going to read through the rest of these comments before I start on anything, and then I will go mess with my Notion a little bit. That's what I'm going to work on at least at first tonight. So, yeah. Let me know what you guys are working on. We'll come back after 25 minutes, and we'll do all the things. Anyways, let's do this. 25 minutes starting in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. All right, that is time, everyone. Let us know how you did, what you did in the description below. I finished creating the different tables for um, my master list of projects. So I have 590 titles on my master list of projects. 590. 180 are in the idea status. 64 are in the back burner status. 16 are in the in progress status. And no, I don't really know the difference between the back burner and in progress, because to me they're separate, but at the same time they're really not. It's just like, which ones am I actively thinking about consistently versus which ones are, I'll finish them someday, but I don't know when kind of status. 305 are complete. 7 are published. 9 are unpublished. And 9 are DNF, meaning I will not finish them. I started them, didn't finish them, have no intention of finishing them, kind of thing. So that is what I'm working with as far as like projects go. So now you know. And I also updated the template that I eventually, when I figure out how to, I do want to sell a Notion template of my project database. And I've got it created. I just now have to figure out how to sell it. I also need to figure out, because I set up some things a certain way, that unless I do like an instructional video to go along with it, some people are going to look at it and be like, I don't know what the heck, how to fill this out, kind of thing. So I do need to do that. And I haven't done that. But yeah, someday I will sell this template. I honestly had forgotten I had actually created it, because it's been sitting for so long, and it's just one of those things that's on the back burner. I'm just like, someday I'll get to it. I think I created that template for the author dashboard template like a year ago. I've been sitting on it that long. So, all right, let's see how you guys did in the comments. I know several comments went through right before we started the sprint, or right as we were starting the sprint, so I'm going to get to those first. I'm going to want to take my sisters in, and I have room. That email that may or may not have been about Bill Clinton kind of hurt my heart. I was like, no, not Baba. I've talked to them less than I've talked to Skye. And we don't talk that often. But see, I used to talk to my sister daily. My sisters and I's way of talking to each other daily is to send each other TikToks. That is our love language. That is like, this made me think of you. Send it to your sister. Okay, definitely understandable. I talk to 2 of my sisters more often now, starting in January during the crisis, but only surface level. Neither of them like me. Oh, that sucks. I've taken the eldest because she'd probably take me in. Middle one, though, she asked me for money once long ago, and I said no, and then didn't hear from her until, like, I don't know. We happened to be at mom's at the same time or something. Oh, it sucks. No is an okay answer. It isn't me. No, it's not. You're correct. No is a complete sentence. Let's see. Oops. Whoa. And she knew I'd say no when she asked me. She had already burned that bridge. It's different now, more stable for sure, but like, if she called me to take her in, I'd be sus, and that's on her. Okay, whole time, for reals. I lied. I wrote no words. Wow, 590. Yeah, 180 is idea, 64 back burner, 16 in progress. Oh, these are your 16 in progress, 305 complete. Holy heck. 7 published. Yes. 9 unpublished, 9 never finishing evers. Yeah. The 305 that are complete, I did a challenge back in 2010 where I wrote a short story a week. Most of them are like less than 3. The longest one is 3,000. Most of them were less than 1,000 words long. So that's part of the complete. I also wrote a bunch of poetry in high school that will never see the light of day, but that's all complete. Like, that's where a lot of that 305 comes from. There's stories The boy band romance is marked as complete because it's not published. I'm not doing anything with it currently, but the original story idea is complete. Like that's where a lot of those story stuff comes from. And the ones that are in idea mode are like I have the story idea, but I haven't done any writing on them. I might have done some brainstorming, but I haven't actively written any words in like a first draft yet. And that's where most of my stories are that are not complete. As far as the 9 unpublished, a lot of those were anthologies that were like short runs or the runs are completed. And then back when I was with a tribe pub company, a small tribe pub company, and then the published that includes the ones that are published novels, novellas, and the stories on YouTube because I've got 2 short stories on YouTube. So that's where the 7 come from. YouTube finally just now let me share Eva's post to my community. It wouldn't let me at first. Weird. Agreed, Eva. Weird. Thank you so much for sharing. I stared at that word so much because I'm getting a lot of TikToks for the autism community that says the TISM community. So I totally read thank you so much as TISM, and I was just like, what? TISM for sharing? I have problems. I know this. It's all good. That'd be a fun template. You're more than welcome, Eva. I'm so excited for you. Oh no, Skye. I mean, my sister and I used to actually talk on the phone. Wow. I don't think my sister and I have ever had that kind of relationship. We avoid talking on the phone. Miss our daily chats. One of the things, so like every once in a while, I call my dad. And one of the things he said to me a couple years ago that has stuck with me ever since is that I talked, I don't remember exactly how it came up, but basically I apologized for not calling more often. And he said, phones work both ways. And so now when I think about feeling guilty for not calling someone, I remember phones work both ways and they have every opportunity to call me too. So basically it was his way of saying don't feel guilty because phones I could call you too. So that has stuck with me. So take that as you will. Middle sister and I were the only ones who grew up together. The other siblings are all much older. She went rogue for 14 years. She and I speak, text messenger, a few times a week now, though. I was typing as you read so I could retain it and look back after you said it. Oh, at first I thought you were telling me your stats, and then I got halfway through and I was like, wait, those are my stats. If I named each poem as a solo piece, yes. Yes, that's exactly where it comes from. A lot. This is every single individual piece. Now, that being said, one of the series I'm actively working on is that the Serenity universe, which are 7 series of 7 short stories each. And the series I'm currently working on is the Sultry Solstices series, which has 7 short stories. I have each of those 7 short stories as an individual piece, as an individual title. And then I also, on my master list, I have the Sultry Solstices omnibus because I do plan on releasing an omnibus of those stories. And so like that's its own project too. So I have the 7 short stories, then the omnibus as separate projects. So those are also on the list, forewarning. And then like if I ever did, I did have when I did the short story the short stories, the 1 a week. So I had 52 that I did have published originally. That's one of the unpublished works. Actually, it was published as a collection. So I have each of those 52 stories as its own project. And then I had it was called Short Story Smash. I have that as its own project as well. So like, yes, I have each individual ones, but if I put those individual ones as a collection, I also have that collection listed as a project in my master list. I'm gonna make a list now and see how many I have. I started my list on Excel. And what I did is basically I went through all the loose papers I could find, all the computer files I still had. That's where I compiled my list from. It took me a long time to put that list together. I had so much data to look through. Need to get into a very old laptop. I can't remember the laptop to get to. I don't know what you're laughing at, JC, but I'm here for it. Yep. Okay. I have made it to the bottom of the comments again. Woo! Look at me go. I had to pause Nixie earlier so that I could continue reading comments. Are you guys up for doing another sprint? We've been chit chatting mostly, which is fine. I'm not mad about it. My readingtism. Oh, God. I'm still saying it. Oh, my goodness. Like, even now, I know what it says. I'm still reading it as tism. Jeez, Craigie. There's something wrong with me. It's all good. All right. Do we want to do another sprint? Of course. Yes. Cool. We're going to do it. The password. What's the password? Oh, the password for the laptop. Okay. Got it. I was like, what are we talking about? Password? Jeez. I do have a brain. I know how to use it. Can I use it? No, I can't seem to use it tonight. Let's do a sprint. Apparently, I don't know what I'm going to work on this sprint since I finished the project I was working on. We're going to do something. Would you two like to be guinea pigs and take a look at this template? Eva, you could use it because it has the master list of projects on it. You could use it to write your list. I'm just saying. Do you guys want to be guinea pigs and like play around with it? Mostly because I need to figure out how to share it properly so that I can start like selling it properly. If you guys are interested, let me know and I'll send it to you. Some way, shape, form, or fashion. JC says yes. You can be the scarecrow, JC. I can be the lion. I'll be the tin man. If I only had a brain. Off we go to Oz. Yes. Okay. All right. I'll figure out a way to send it to you guys. See if I can send it. I know how to send it something to JC. I can do it via email or Messenger, whichever one's easier, because it's just gonna be a link. Eva, what's the best way to get up with you? I see you a lot on Instagram, I believe. Is that the easiest way to get up with you? So, all right. In the meantime, let's do a sprint. So let me get our writing prompt up. Here is our second prompt. And this one says, it's just, you're here. My gosh, you're here. I can't believe it. So that is our prompt for anyone who wants to write but doesn't know what they want to write about. And we're going to start in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. All right, that is time, everyone. Let us know what you did, how you did in the comments. I sent out the link to Eva and JC, found out both of them got it to work. If you guys have any questions about it, let me know. But also, there is a whole 3 hour live stream where I basically went over my version of that because that is based off of mine. So if you're interested in like seeing how I've used it, let me grab that link real quick because I should have had that up honestly since I decided to send you guys that. I recently did that live stream like a couple months ago. Content. Live. Notion tour. There it is. Okay, shareable link. So you can either feel free to ask me questions or you can watch the Notion tour I did of my own because it's basically the same thing. Now, that being said, one of my plans for that master list of projects is that when each of those open up into its own page, like when you start adding in stories, each of those stories opens up into its own page. And what I eventually want to do is I have in my own, I'm going to look at the template real quick, where it says projects template, and you can add in your stories, whether it's a series, novels, blah, 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 blah. Eventually, I'm going to have it so that in that master list, when I click on a title, all the information that's currently in the projects template will be directly in that. So like there's templates in each of those where it has information you can fill out where like what series is a part of, what book number is it, casting characters and stuff like that. All that information will eventually be in my master list of projects. I did not put that in the template that you guys have because I haven't finished figuring out how I want it to look. So yeah. But feel free to ask me questions if something seems confusing, or you feel free if like I'm not available at the time you need me to answer questions, feel free to watch that because that tour is basically me going over my version of that template. That template was based off of what I created for me. There's some differences because of the fact that I created the template so long ago and I've updated my own version a little bit, but for the most part, it's the same thing. So, all right. Everyone says it was working. Just opened Facebook and your post was the first one that came up about your family leaving out of the family events. Oh, it's okay. Probably would not have gone anyways. I think what's worse for me personally is not being left out of family events. It is being left out of family events, but there have been times that my family knows I can't make it to something. Not even because of where I live now. This was when I was living in North Carolina. They knew what my work schedule was like. They knew what my obligations were and stuff like that. They knew what my financial status was, and they knew that I wouldn't be able to make it to certain events. And I think what hurts worse is when they know that information, so they don't even invite you because they don't want you to feel guilty. I think that's almost worse. Because it's like you guys didn't even give me the option to like, I don't know, ask for time off from work, save up money for it. Like you didn't even ask me if I wanted to be included. I don't know which is worse, being straight up not included at all, or like them knowing that you probably would say no and not even asking because of it. It's a different kind. They're different kind of pains completely, and both suck. Is essentially what it comes down to. Eva says I opened it but I haven't used it yet. No worries. JC, you were there for the live. Yes, I think Eva was too for some of it. Maybe not all of it, but I think she was. Oops, let me pause this. I paused it on one. Okay, cool. Eva says most recently we were excluded from a baby shower. It was on a Saturday. They told us it was Sunday, And there was a baby shower. The girls only one with all strangers. The family was Saturday. That sucks. Found out a month later it was on purpose, and it was because of our vocal distaste for Trump. I have words that I cannot speak online about that. That's bullshit. That's just straight up bullshit. That's what's worse for me too, when people just don't give me the chance to even think about it. Yeah. It's my husband's cousin, so he and my son went to the all girls one. I didn't go. Oh, that's funny. Cousin, but as close to siblings once upon a time. That sucks. Laura is here, sneaking on in. Hello, Laura. Welcome to the chaos, because it's chaos. But besides sending out those links to Eva and JC, I was working on starting to set up my journal, my personal journal for 2026. I started using the Stalogy B6 journal last year, and I can get about 6 months because I do like a page a day kind of thing. I tend to get like 6 months out of one of these. So I had to go find my first 6 months to see how I set up the beginning of it, and to see what I wanted to keep and what I wanted to like toss. And JC already knows this, but thanks to Laura, thank goodness you're here, because you sent a desktop picture in Discord for October a couple months ago, and it inspired me to create my own. Like, I like having separate pages so I can put the tabs at the top of my journal, and so I have printed out inserts that I will tape in, and they are based off of what you designed for that desktop. So like, this is my January one. Let's see. Hold on, I'm not even looking at the right page, so I can't even see if you can see what I'm showing you. Like, this is my January one, and straight up I stole the idea from you. So you're the inspiration, and all of my pages look similar to this. So I've got like February and March here. I've got April, May, if I don't drop everything. April, May, and I've got June, because I went ahead and created the first 6 months. And then the one I've already cut out and inserted was, and this one actually uses pictures from this year that I've taken or someone else has taken, and I've done a 2026 overall. Like, we saw the Aurora Borealis. That was a picture my husband took. This was my computer set up in the library before. I took it all down and brought it in my room. Picture of me. This was my kids' parking lot. There was one of the seniors drew a dragon and said, "Keep soaring." And then this is a picture of us at the wedding. That's how we were all dressed. So, yeah. And I think my mom took that picture of us at the wedding. But straight up, I stole the idea from you, Laura, because of that October desktop image that you created. I was like, "Ooh, I want that," but as inserts for my journal. Let's see. How are things? I'll play with this master list. Feel free, play with all of it. Do what you want. I already have it categorized for you guys, so that if you click on the master list, once you set a status, they will automatically show up in one of the other tables. So you're good to go there. Chaos is in the brand, though. Yes, it is. We be dragons. Haven't been invited to anything since I've said no to an invite from family or friends, to be honest. Looks you being an inspiration. Throat hurts. I think I'm getting sick. I may need to stay home tomorrow. Feel better, Laura. I hope you're not getting sick. But if you are, get the rest you need. Hopefully they look so good. Thank you. I have pretended to be organized, Eva. I have a 5-year planner that I purposely purchased so I could start planning out my YouTube schedule and publishing schedule. Guess what I haven't touched since the last time I actually showed it on screen during a live stream when I first got it several months ago? That 5-year planner. It's sitting right there. Like, I'm looking at it. It's sitting on my dresser. Haven't touched it. Hope you get some relief and enjoy the bonus day off. Yes, agreed. I can't believe we are already about to be in 2026. That reminds me, I'm doing tonight's stream. I'm doing a stream. I gotta look at a calendar. Next Saturday. I got 2 more streams. In December, I am not doing any live streams. I'm not doing any videos. I am taking December off completely. I might have posts in the community tab, but that will be it. I am taking a hiatus in December so I can start planning and actually prepping for 2026, because I would like to get back in the habit of having like a video a week, where 1 week it's a vlog, 1 week it's a video, 1 week it's a vlog, and just alternating between the two. And also doing live streams, of course. But I want to get some of the videos like pre-filmed, edited, uploaded, and scheduled out. And yeah, I haven't been able to do that. I wanted to do that this year, and it just didn't happen. So I am taking all of December off so I can get that done, plus hopefully catch up on reading, writing, and all that fun jazz. But let's be real. I'm mostly using December to plan my YouTube stuff for 2026 and get it knocked out and uploaded and scheduled. Especially since we are moving in 2026. July, August timeframe. We are moving officially. You did not hear that from me. So yes, I thought about doing Vlogmas. I even had like thumbnails already created from Vlogmas. And what I'm going to do instead, since none of them were actually Christmas themed, I'm going to take those video ideas, and I am going to do a whole series of like shorter videos for next year. And I'm just going to take those ideas, and those will probably be one of the first ones I film for 2026. And they won't be part of Vlogmas. They'll just be regular content. That being said, I hope to plan and pre-schedule, pre-film, or whatever I need to do for Vlogmas next year, because I do have ideas for something I would like to do for Vlogmas that I wanted to do this year. Thought of too late, thought of a different idea instead, and now I'm not doing either of those ideas. So I need to pull out the 5-year planner and actually start planning. Or where did I see it? JC said, I'm guessing that 5-year planner? Yes, that 5-year planner. Did you? Halloween being more than 2 weeks ago blows my mind. Yeah, let me see. You want to see the 5-year planner? Give me. It's in a big stack of stuff. Give me a second. Stay. Don't move. Stay. Don't move. Stay. Don't move. Come here, planner. Okay. Okay, you can go back. So here's the 5-year planner. Let me see if I can actually show you guys the screen. There we go. Here's the 5-year planner. It was 2025 to 2029. Purposely did that. I like them to start in 5s and 0s. So I had started writing it in pen, switched to pencil. I prefer writing in pencil so I can change stuff around. One of the ideas I had, because of how big those boxes are, like this is, hold on, I'm going to close the keycap up for a second. No, that's the wrong one. I want to switch to the other one. That works. Didn't realize that was still showing. So like this is November this year. So it has the wedding trip still on the schedule, but there's nothing else on this page because I haven't been planning. I wrote that in pen when I first got it. But later on, when I switched to pencil and I was starting to do my planning for publishing next year, when was I going to start publishing? June? Yeah. So June, I have in here the first Sultry Solstice story is going to come out in June. It's not going to come out in June. I haven't finished the series yet. And I'm not publishing the first one until the series is complete. I'm on book 2. maybe book 3. But yeah, one of the things I thought about doing was getting like the smaller post-it notes, the square ones, and putting those so I can just move the post-it notes around. That's an idea you could do too with this. But yeah, I love this. I just haven't used it. Yeah. All right, return to the comments. I need to have a day soon just for planning. Eva might do Vlogmas, something. Yes, I am moving to North Carolina in July, August of next year, but you did not hear that from me, so shush. I actually really don't care who knows, but I'm trying not to say anything to anyone in town because gossip mongers, A. B, I need all the funds I can get, and I don't need my boss hearing about it and being like, well, she's not going to be here. I'm going to go ahead and let her go and hire someone else. So that's why you did not hear it from me. So otherwise, I really don't care who knows. Anyways, Eva says, right now, my plan is 2 long form videos on the writing channel and 1 long form video on the cleaning channel with a short 4 to 6 days a week on the cleaning channel too. Ooh, nice. Content for the writing channel would require me to do writing, so that's the plan. I already do the clean. Yes, I found a planner I did up last December. I'm done trying to plan that far out. I would like to get to the point where I know my publishing schedule for at least the next year. Eventually, my plan is to do, when everything works the way I want to, I would like to start producing quarterly anthologies, charity anthologies, not paid anthologies. Because my plan, I have been part of 3 or 4 charity anthologies where I did not receive any funds for the stories. But like all the funds went to Alzheimer's awareness. There was one for Project Trevor. Project Trevor? That doesn't sound right. My brain just blinked. I think it's Project Trevor. That doesn't sound right. The Trevor Project. I was like, that doesn't sound right. But my eventual goal is to host anthologies, charity anthologies, 1 a quarter for different charities. Wow, my brain is not braining tonight. And in order to do that, I need to have some kind of plan in place so that I can say, this is when I need to collect stories by, this is when they need to be edited by, this is when they need to be formatted by, this is when they need to be published by, kind of thing. And I want to make it so like each story comes out the following year. So like, let's say I have the first anthology is going to come out Q4 of 2026. I would have actually needed to start putting out notices and collecting stories and be done with collecting stories now, basically, so that we can get them edited and formatted and everything ready to go. Because with something like that, I definitely want to have a 3 to 6 month pre-order up for anyone who's interested in pre-order. But yeah. Let's see. JC says, oh shoot, I need to plan out December videos so I can film them ahead because I too take my break in December, except I might stream though because I can't leave my channel with no activity. I think I'll just be posting to the community tab. I think I'm going to schedule a couple posts a week. I might have a video, but I really just want to take all of December off and be like, hey, I'll be back in January kind of thing. And I know that's technically a bad thing, but at the same time, I don't have a huge channel anyways. It's not like I'm making anything from it. And yeah, I don't know. I have mixed feelings about it. Part of me is terrified to take a whole month off. Another part of me is like, I really just need a month off. And then I feel guilty because I'm like, I just took 2 weeks off. But that was a planned one, kind of planned. The taking the 2 weeks off was planned because we knew we were going to do it. But I didn't plan well enough because I didn't still have content going up. I had one video, but that was because I didn't. I just waited to post it before until after we left. So had I planned the way I was originally planning to plan, there would have been a video up every week, even while we were gone. And I would have had Vlogmas videos going up, but they just would have all been, because I had planned on filming videos in like July for December, because I had planned on doing Vlogmas. Those plans fell through, and I haven't worried about it. I was like, they didn't get filmed in July, they're not getting edited in August, they're not getting uploaded in September, they're just not going up, kind of thing. So big plans, love it. Can't wait to see it all unfold. Yeah, I've been saying that about the charity anthologies. Let's see, the last time I participated in charity anthology was over 5 years ago, before COVID. So I've been wanting to do that for like 5 years now, and I still haven't done it. I have big plans. Whether those big plans come to fruition, well, that's on me. It hasn't happened yet, but I wanted to, but it hasn't happened yet. So we'll see. Anyways, I have made it to the end of the comments that I can see. Nixie is blinking at me, saying it's time to go. So we're going to do another sprint. 25 minutes on the clock. Here is our third prompt for anyone who wants to write but doesn't know what they want to write about. And it says, did you have some other way of ruining my day? No? Because I can't think of a worse outcome than this. This might be your best work yet, and it's terrible. So that is our writing prompt for anyone who wants to write but doesn't know what they want to write about. JC says, I want to do that too, Skye, so I might not stream. I usually don't stream in December, but I also usually have videos pre-filmed. Don't have those right now, so I'm debating. I think what I'm going to do is I am going to come up with some ideas of schedules I can post during December. And I think I'll have one video going up in December, because depending on what day it falls on, I don't know what day the first falls on versus like what days I usually post. Because I usually post videos on Tuesdays and Thursdays. And depending on when the first falls, because I don't remember off the top of my head, I might have one video going live in December because it's going to be my goals for 2026. So there's that. Anyways, let's do the sprint. Starting in 3, 2, 1, let's go. All right, that is time. Let us know what you did, how you did in the comments. I continue setting up my journal. And by continue setting up, I just mean I'm like plotting out what I'm putting in it, and I order stickers. As far as stickers go, I am ordering date stickers because the one thing I hate doing is writing the date every single day. I am that lazy. Honestly, I want one of those like chain the dial stamps with the date. Um, I think those are so cool. It would be much easier. I don't like the individual number stamps. That's just too much. And I'm again lazy. I'm lazy. But I can put a sticker in. So I ordered. Let's see. Let me just send you a link to what I ordered. I've ordered from this person before. I like their shop. I like their stickers. So those are the stickers I ordered. I ordered them in the color Poppy. I think that's what it's called. Yes, Poppy. It's like a blue gray. I liked it. That's what I ordered. But yeah, that's what I did during the sprint. What about you guys? Let me know what you guys did. And I got most of my journal like mapped out as far as like what I want in it. It's very simple. I'm thinking about like what I'm going to include on the individual pages as far as information goes, and each day gets their own page. And what I will do is like events or like birthdays, my top priorities that I want to get done for the day. Like when I wake up each day, I want to have my priorities chosen. Like today, I'm going to focus on if it's a day off, I was obviously maybe focus on filming a video kind of thing. I don't know. I'm still thinking on exactly what I want the format of each page to look like. Doing like a hybrid of personal journaling and like planner. But I want to have the whole thing like pre-built, if that makes sense. Like I want to have the whole thing set up, the whole 6 months set up before I start filling it out. That way, if like, say I learn that there's an event coming up, I can just go put a post-it note on that day to remind myself, hey, this is going on. I'm also making sure there's enough pages in this journal for what I want to do. There has been so far, but that's because I don't write every day, and I would like to set it up so I can start making a habit of writing every day, because it just helps my mental health, if nothing else. It's 22, not 20. Yes. 23. Running really close to being out of pages, though. Let's see if we have enough. There's 30 days in June. And I'm left with 2 pages. Good, cool. That's exactly what I needed. All right, that being said, let's see. JC says, I'm just laying down and playing games while waiting for my video to upload to YouTube. Resting my knee because the ice pack is not helping. I'll get up in a moment and get the heating pad. Is this the knee you hit when you fell earlier today? Or is this hurting just because of regular dead pain? Out of curiosity. But yes, heating pad, icing, good idea. Do you use Icy Hot by chance? I know you use biotin, but like if you're out of biotin, do you sometimes use Icy Hot, or is it one of those things that just it doesn't help you, so there's no point in using it kind of things? I'm just curious, because like Icy Hot doesn't do anything for me these days. I actually do not like the smell of biotin. It makes me nauseous for some reason that I haven't figured out. So I don't like using biotin. My mom swears by it. And it does work for me. I can't stand the smell of it. So I'm just like, no thanks. So I use Tiger's Balm. And I've got store brand Tiger's Balm. And this stuff works the same way as biotin, but to me it smells much better. So if I have icy hot, I would use it. Okay. And yes, it's the knee. I'm sorry. That sucks. But like I can always tell when the weather is turning bad because my knee will start to act up. I just have aches and pains. One too many falls off of ponies and horses growing up. So yeah, I keep the Tiger's Balm on hand for that. Plus I have wrist pain every once in a while, and mostly I have pain like right here. So yeah, and then across my knuckles, of course. But I feel like that's all riders. Even without actual health problems, that is all riders. I feel like to some extent. I use biofreeze. Okay. Uh, Does biofreeze work in the same way as icy hot? I feel like it does, but because I haven't used it in so long now, I cannot remember. I feel like it does. Anyways, all right, that's the only comments I see. So I am going to go ahead and we'll do our last sprint of the day. Oh, it's 12 a.m. I have to text my daughter. Hold on. Hold that thought. My phone is over there. Okay, I'll start this sprint. We're going to sprint for 25 minutes. I have to text my daughter and tell her happy birthday. She's probably not awake, but that's not the point. Anyways, we're going to go ahead and start this sprint. Here is our fourth prompt, and it says, what are those? Wait, are those bubbles? So that's our prompt for anyone who wants to write but doesn't know what they want to write about. And we're going to start in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. I forgot to press the button. All right, that is time, everyone. Let us know what you did, how you did in the comments. I have been flipping through my January through June journal, which I thought was completed. It's not. It's not at all. So, need to finish that. One day I will have a video where I do like a flip through of my journals and stuff like that. But today is not that day. Content for 2026. um, and I had these printed out, my monthly inserts, but it's very flimsy paper. Nothing wrong with that. But I'm debating whether or not I want to reprint them on thicker paper or just go with it. I think I'm just going to go with it. Because let's be real. I printed them on thicker paper. This was a waste of paper and money because of that, because I had to print them out at the library because I don't currently have a working printer. So I had to print them out at the library, and at the library I can't use a thicker paper. So I've got what they have, and that's it. The other thing is that these are already printed. All I have to do is cut them out and use them, and then I can add tabs to the top. And I'm all about the path of least resistance. So, yeah, I'm probably going to do that. Just use them. I just want to complain about them. I'll have to go look to my washi tape and try to see if I can color match, or as close to it as possible, the color of the calendars so that it semi-matches. It doesn't have to. I'm picky that way. Okay, I'm allowed to be. It's my stuff. Anyways, let me go through the comment section and see what we got working on. JC said biofreeze is what chiropractors use. That's how I got introduced to it. Actually, was because we were going to the chiropractor. And like I said, I don't personally use biofreeze, but that's because I don't like the smell. It works wonderfully. I just cannot stand the smell. Yes, for the flip through. Yeah, I've always wanted to do flip throughs in my journals. I just haven't, and I don't really have a reason why, because I literally could just make it like an ASMR video where I record me flipping through them. I think part of it's because my journals are like my venting spaces, so like they're personal, but at the same time I'm like, I could show all the oldest ones from like I started doing this in 2006. I think that's when I started doing it. So like I can show all my oldest ones with the skeletons in the closet, and no one's gonna care. No one's gonna care. So I don't know. I just haven't done it yet. And I'm too lazy to do that. I could always be like cover like personal information up, like addresses and stuff, because I used to include all that kind of stuff in my journals. I could like cover all that kind of stuff up with post notes. Like that's not a big deal. That I could do easily. But I don't like doing the blurring thing in editing videos. I'm too lazy for that mess. So that's part of the reason I haven't done flip throughs, because that. I have not yet moved to get my heating pad, so you can guess that I'm still lying here. Yeah. Nothing wrong with that if that's what you want to do, though. Or if, like, moving is going to cause more pain than just sitting. Maybe you're not ready to share them yet, and that's okay. It's mostly me being lazy, honestly. It really is. I purposely bought a tripod that makes the top down view so much easier, and I have used it for a couple of videos, but it takes so much work to set it up and then dismantle it and then flip through. And even doing that, the video footage is upside down because I have to put the camera on the opposite side of me, and I can't read upside down very well, not my own writing at least. So like I have to have the book facing me so I can talk about pages, which means that in the editing process, I have to flip everything. It's just me being lazy because there's so much work involved. I am actually very envious of those people who have like a permanent setup for filming. I am so jealous. I want that so badly, but like I can't set up my I can't set up a permanent filming station because of current location, because of pets and animals. Like there's multiple reasons why. Because what I would do if I honestly could, I would probably get one of those like desk mount. I actually do have one. I would get one of those desk mount tripods that move, and I would probably actually mount it to the wall so that I could do like regular filming or top down filming. Like I think that is a genius idea. I've never seen anyone do it, but I think that's a genius idea to attach it to a wall, like permanently attached to a wall. But I think it's because a lot of people I see, even those with like a permanent filming station, they move their filming station around every once in a while. And I am very much that I'm very much the kind of person that's set in their ways. Once I set up in a way that works, it might take me forever to get it that way. But once I set something up in a way that works, I don't want to change it. I'm too lazy. I'm too lazy. I don't want to. It's too much work. So yeah, it's legit mostly me being lazy. Like I've shown the stacks of journals I have. The stack is like this multiplied by like 10. So, and they're different sizes, different types, and stuff like that. And that's the other thing. I've got so many that even if I just did one journal per video, it's going to take forever to flip through. And what I might do in the future is like film the video, speed it up, and then do like voiceover for other kinds of videos. Like I can include that like as B-roll footage for whatever topic I'm talking about that day, if that makes sense. I don't know. I have lots of ideas. That's what I'm gonna do on the next sprint. If you guys want to do another sprint, I'm game for it because what I think I want to do on the next sprint, other than finish putting my inserts into this journal, go find some washi tape that matches my colors, and then put the rest of the inserts in this journal. Is I think I want to start. I want to go grab my notebook that I've started writing down video ideas for 2026, and I'm going to add journal flip throughs there. Because if I'm going to be doing a whole bunch of filming in December anyways, I might as well film some journal flip throughs. Just saying. Might as well. Because then I could also clear off the kitchen table and do the journal. Like I could, what I would like to do in a perfect world, what I would like to do is have like an entire day to batch film a bunch of videos. And the journal flip throughs is honestly something, if I pre plan it, I could do it on a day when the kids aren't home, when I'm by myself, probably more than likely, that I have off. And I could, awesome, another sprint sounds good. Um, I could film all of my journal throughs literally in one day and then just space out my and editing and beyond for them. That's an idea I could do. And I can film them at the kitchen table so that no one cares. Right now, my kitchen table is covered in journaling supplies because I've got stickers, washi tape, and a bunch of other stuff. I'll take a picture and I'll share it on the screen after the next sprint. Right now, it's covered in like journaling supplies because I'm trying to finish making my journal for this year. And that's what actually gave me the idea to pre-plan this one for next year for all 6 months and getting all 6 months set up at one time was the fact that I'm like, I spend so much time decorating my planner and pre-planning my planner for every week that it would just be easier if it was already pre-planned, pre-decorated, if that makes sense. So that's what I'm going to be doing with this one. I've ordered stickers for like my dates. I've ordered stickers for like the decorations. I have a ton of washi tape still. I am starting to get low on some of the washi tapes. I'm trying to run through it so I can restock, but I want to use what I have first. because then I want to be, when I do finally buy more washi tape, I want to be more intentional about the washi tape I buy. I don't want to just buy random stuff, because I've got a couple washi tapes where like I bought all these kinds of washi tapes and I almost never use them. Like I bought them because they were cute looking, and I'm like, I'm not going to use that. It's not something I'm interested in using. It doesn't match what I've got. And right now, the way I'm doing journaling, let's see if I got it in here at all, because I started doing it a specific way. Nope, this one's just random stickers. Okay, so I can't show you with that one. And obviously, I haven't put anything in this one to show you. I'll show in the next break. So, let's see. Pick up table. Grab notebook. I don't know what that means. Grab journal. I'm leaving myself a to-do list of things I need to do on the next sprint. Somewhere I have a quarter punch. That would be good to use on this. I'm not certain where my quarter punch is. I'll have to find it. Now you just made Toy Story pop in my head. Into infinity and beyond. Are they actually making a Toy Story 5? I saw what looks like it's a teaser trailer for Toy Story 5, but there's so much AI and fan-made trailers being made these days that I'm not certain what I saw, and it's the only one I've seen. But now I'm not certain if what I saw was AI, fan-made, or real. But it was advertising Toy Story 5. What the actual fuck? Like, are we really doing another Toy Story? I think so. Great. I love that. Love it. Okay. I don't know how I feel about that. I think if they can come up with a compelling story, I don't mind it so much. I actually enjoyed the fourth one. I really enjoyed the third one. It scared the piss out of me. Like, it was terrifying. If you know, you know. I actually enjoyed the fourth one. So I'm not mad about it. But at the same time, I'm like, can we just make new movies? I had a conversation with my kids the other day. I miss traditional, at least where Disney is concerned. Other animators, other animation companies, not so much. They can do their own thing. DreamWorks has put out excellent movies for years. They can continue doing what they're doing. But like, I miss when Disney did princess stories. And I'm not saying this is a whole convoluted topic that I do not have a minute and 30 seconds to talk about. The short form of this is that I feel like Disney's bread and butter were princess retellings. And now they're trying to make all these movies. And don't get me wrong, I love Moana. I absolutely adore Brave. I have feelings about Wish. If you didn't know, I love animated movies, so I'm going to watch every Disney movie that comes out as I can. So, but I feel like Disney did so much better when they were doing fairy tale retellings and princess stories. I think that was when that's their bread and butter. That's what they did best. And if they returned to that, I think they would be so much better as a company. Stop taking over all these other IPs. Stop taking over Star Wars. Stop taking over Marvel. Stop doing that shit. Go back to your fucking princess retellings. And I think they would thrive as a company if they did. That, like I said, that's a topic too long for a minute and 30 seconds. So I can't even go into real detail about what I mean by that. That's the short and long of it. It's such a nuanced topic that I can't go into. And I paused the timer. But like, I actually do want to do that as like a video essay where I talk about that. I have thoughts and feelings about video essays too. Uh, I have a whole video I do have planned to talk about learning and how to like display your learning and video essays and stuff like that. That's a topic for another day. But yeah, I wish Disney would go back to fairy retellings. And it's not like they ran out. There's so many fairy tales. So many. So many fairy tales that there's absolutely no reason why they could have done nothing but fairy tales and for like the next 300 years still have fairy tales to tell. That's how many there are, especially if you combine not just fairy tales but like myths and legends. It would be really cool to see some Disney animated myths and legends from various different cultures. Even if we skip the Greek, because there's so many fucking Greek ones that are already done by different stuff. There is the Norse. There is one of my favorite books from this year, last year, one of the two was about mermaids and orishas. I'd never heard of that term before. I went down like a tiny rabbit hole with that and I learned so much and it still only like scratched the surface of that topic that I'm like, there are so many myths and legends that you could do. And the fun part about myths and legends is that there's different renditions of the same myths and legends. So like it didn't matter which kind of story, which direction you went, there's a way to do it, or you can go in a completely different direction or combine the different stories. Like, come on, Disney, go back to your roots. Go back to your roots and everyone will be happy. I tend to agree with your assessment. Yeah. Oh, I said that when they got to Fast and Furious like 7. How many Fast and Furious movies are there now? I don't know. And then they've got one that is like something in Shaw or Shaw and something. I want to say it's Shaw and Hobbs or Hobbs and Shaw. It's the last name of two of the characters. I don't know. I've only seen the first 3. And I don't even remember 2 at all. And now they have so many, it's not even funny. Only seen the first 2. I don't know if that's referring to Fast and Furious or if that's referring to Toy Story. But I have so many thoughts and feelings where movies are concerned and Hollywood's concerned. And I don't mind reboots. I don't mind sequels. I love them. However, there is so much media out there that I feel like reboots shouldn't be done until a video or until a movie is like more than a decade, more than 2 decades, 3 decades. And now we're getting to the point where a movie is like 5 years old, or not even sometimes. And all of a sudden we're getting reboots. Like they did, I think it was, I could be mixing up the years. It might be more than 5 years. It might be more than 10 years. But I feel like they did the movie, The Mortal Instruments, which is based on the book by Cassandra Clare. And then they did the TV show. And in my brain, they only did those like less than 5 years apart. I could be wrong. It might be more than that. But I feel like they only did those 5 years apart. And I'm like, why? When there's so much out there that you could do instead. Or like Percy Jackson. Now, in the case of Percy Jackson, the movies are nothing like the books. And I know the TV show that's come out, Rick Riordan has input on it versus the movies he did not, as well as the fact that it's closer to the books, probably because he has that input. So like I don't mind that. But like again, I think there was less than 10 years between the 2 movies coming out and the TV show coming out. Again, I could be wrong. I could be like having a problem with dates like I always do, but it just like not much time has passed. And we're remaking content that's already been made versus making new content instead. Like maybe instead of doing Percy Jackson TV show, they went with one of the other series that he did, because he did some other series that were all in the same world. Like I get why they're doing it, and I'm not unhappy about it. I haven't seen the show, but just based on the fact that I know it's closer to the book and fans of the books are extremely happy with the show, like I know it's good. If fans of the books are happy with the show, I know it's good. But at the same time, I'm like, can we not? And there's so many writers willing and ready to write new material for them, right? That's the other thing. Like, I have so many thoughts and feelings, so many, so many, too many for this live stream. That could be like a whole live stream discussion uh, without sprints all by itself. That could be like a 3-hour discussion by itself without sprints. So much to unpack there. Anyways, I have reached the end of the comments. Oh, no, I haven't. I'm right there with you, Skye. Like, is their greed that overpowering? Because when it all boils down to it, it's all about the money they think they can get from it, right? And that's actually. Can you not? You don't need to go in my bathroom. Quit. I will throw this at you. It's a mostly empty box. You won't need to go in the bathroom. Sorry. Cat was annoying me. Going back to the Disney thing with the princess stories, like they would make money off that. Like, can they stop? They're going the wrong direction with their greed. If you want to be greedy, great, but be greedy going in a direction that's good for your company, which is going back to the princess stories. Because they got into Marvel because the name Marvel holds money for them, and it does. And there are still fans out there that will watch everything they produce just because the name Marvel is attached to it. But at the same time, on one hand, I can see why they did it. On the other hand, they're going to lose just as much fan base because the way they're writing stuff now goes completely away from the comics in a way, if that makes sense. Like it's not going away in a bad way, but it's just different. Marvel will make the money because how many people are into Marvel? Yeah, exactly. For as many people as they lose, they will gain just as many. And that's the problem, I bet. Or part of the problem. Just like Star Wars. A lot of people say that Star Wars, the Star Wars universe has gone downhill since Disney bought it. And I do not disagree with this assessment. However, I also haven't watched everything that they've produced. I haven't watched any of these TV shows. None of them. So I don't know. I don't have any assessment there. But like, as someone who actually does like the films and just thinks they were rushed and maybe there was too much plot for the time constraint they wanted, I can see where people are coming from in the fact that Disney has ruined Star Wars. So like, I can see where they're coming from, and that's coming from someone who loves Star Wars and will pretty much watch everything that Star Wars produces. Except I don't watch a lot of TV shows, so I haven't watched any of those. Disney is supposed to be about the princesses. Dang it. Yeah, right? So many thoughts and feelings. Anyways, let's do another sprint so I can go get the stuff that I need to get and do more journaling and maybe finish putting my journal together. Let's do this. 25 minutes. I have one more prompt. So this might be the last sprint, but we'll see. We'll see how we feel after this sprint is over. Anyways, this prompt says, hit me right here. See what happens to you. You think you're so big and strong hitting her like that, but what happens when you hit someone your size? Huh, punk? So that is our writing prompt for anyone who wants to write but doesn't know what they want to write about. And we are going to start this sprint in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. All right, that is time, everyone. How'd you do? What you do? Let me know in the comments below. I have been working on my journal and realizing how much I hate tape sometimes because it can be a finicky little beastie and it's annoying, but there's not much I can do about it other than trying to make it work for me. I'm going to finish up this one real quick and then I'll look over the comments to see what's going on here. Oh my god, and I still managed to do it. You know what? I give up. I got one more piece of tape to put in, and then I'm going to be done with this. For some reason, I can't figure this out today, and I don't know why. It's me. I'm the problem. But I don't know what I'm doing wrong or how to fix it to make it work. No. Right. I think it's the type of tape I'm using. It's just annoying. Grr. It's sticking at me when I don't want it to. You know what I need? I need tweezers. Guess what I don't have? Tweezers. And by what I don't have near me. It's not that I don't have any, it's just I don't have any. There we go. That's gonna have to work. Anyways. Let's see. Oh, fight scene. Did a little reading, went to the bathroom, got snacks, got back in the bed, and realized I forgot to eat bed, so maybe John get over me. Sounds about right. Hello, Brett. I was trying to remember your name, and then I saw you wrote Brett. Because it has been a while. You are absolutely correct. How are you? I am doing okay. I am my meds have worn off, and it is time for me to take more meds. I have been dealing with tooth pain, and it is starting to I can feel it here because it's the upper molar in the back, and it is starting to spread upwards, and I'm starting to get a headache right here. But let's see. I think Eva dropped out because I haven't seen her reply in a while. I know she was going to go play around with the master list that I sent a link to, but I don't know if she went to bed because I know it's late her time. Anyways, hello, welcome. We're gonna do one more sprint. I don't have a prompt ready, so let me get one real quick. There we go. That's gonna have to be good enough because it's our last one for the night. But I want to finish these last. Are you serious? Oh, okay, cool. I want to finish getting these last couple of pages in, and then trimming them up, trim them down, whatever. Got 4 more to put in. I've only done 2. I'm determined to finish this. Toothache is the worst. How can such a small thing cause so much pain? Right? It's annoying. And I have a dentist appointment to get hopefully to get the tooth taken out, but it's not until December 2nd, which is still 2 weeks away. It's fine. I'm fine. I'm dying. It's all good. But yeah. Gotta take more meds. I'm gonna do that on the next break. I'm gonna go see if I can find my tweezers that I usually use for stickers and tape. And I'll go from there. This will be the last sprint of the night because I am getting a wee bit tired. And I do have to go to bed. I would like to join Breaking the Block in the morning, but we'll see how that goes. Let me pause that real quick. Make sure there's no other. Don't die. I'm not planning on dying. Just gonna go collapse in the bed for a while. Anyways, I'm gonna go take meds. Perfect timing. We're gonna do last sprint, and this one says, this is definitely my frustration that I'm having right now with the tape, and it says, why isn't this working the way I want it to? It's legit the whole prompt. Inspired by me. 25 minutes, last sprint of the night. Let's do this. Starting in 3, 2, 1, let's go. All right, that was time on our last sprint for the night. How did everyone do? Let me know in the comments below. I got, yeah, March. I'm now finished January, February, and March as far as like the inserts go. So let's see. I went ahead and just pasted my 2026 to the front page. So that's in there. Um, there's always that first page that's kind of like attached to that page, and I glued that down so it literally goes from this, the back of it's a dotted grid line, where I'm going to say, I've got a journal prompt in here that says, what do you want from 2026? I did the same thing for my 2025. That's not my 2025. That's part 2 of my 2025. This is my 2025. It needs a sticker. I shall find one. This is part 2 of 2025. It's chunky. This one will be just as chunky eventually. I've got January's page in here. It's the insert. I've got it attached with washi tape, which you can barely see. I'll put my goals on the back, probably on Post-it notes. I've got February's in here as well. And March's. That's what I've done this whole sprint, this whole stream, is I worked on this. And now I'm on April. And I got most of the way cut out. I just got to finish cutting this strip off, and then I can start cutting the corners and getting it ready to put inside. So finally got my process down pat. We'll get there eventually. Anyways, let's see. JC says don't die. I am trying not to. I took meds during that sprint as well. I don't know. I can stop this because we're done with sprints. I can make this bigger. There we go. Brett says we have something in the UK called Oromorph. It's literally morphone. It's great for toothaches. Hope you get better soon. I've been taking Tylenol for pain, but the other thing I use around the gum area because the gum area has hurt, especially when eating, is called Hurricane. It basically numbs the area. Hello, Bushcrafter, TN Bushcrafter. Welcome to my channel. If you've been here before, I do not remember your name, and I apologize for that. I am working on my 2026 journal. I brought in my, can you stay where I put you? No? Okay. My part 1 of my 2025, part 2 of my 2025, I haven't put the tabs on it yet. What I'm hoping to do is before 2026 starts, I'm hoping to have this journal, part 1, which is January through June, completely set up. Morphine. Okay. I thought that's what you meant, but I was not positive, so. What was I saying? Yeah, this is going to be part 1. I'm hoping to get part 1 set up before 2026 even starts. We'll see what happens. But that's what I'm working on. That's really cool. Thank you. Been editing. You've been creating. Yep. The whole point of these sprints is just to be productive in some way. And honestly, I haven't been doing a lot of writing or editing lately. I probably should have been beta reading. I have a project that I have to finish beta reading before the end of the month, and I haven't even started on it. Sorry, JC. I haven't even opened it except to say, yes, I can open it. Beta read a chapter for the previous client I read her book for. She paid me to read her revised chapter according to my feedback, so I just finished. I will send her that tomorrow. Nice. Nice. Because it's not tomorrow until after you've slept. Oh, my goodness. Excuse me. I try to put the Hurricane on before bed because I can't drink anything for a while. Because it does numb that area. And it never fails. I always get it on my lips too. Makes it really hard to drink anything if you can't feel your lips to, drink anything. So, oh well. Now that I've made a complete mess of my desk area, now I get to wrap up the stream and get off of here so I can finish this so bad before I go to bed, but at the same time I'm starting to get really tired. I'm putting all my cutting trash in the bag the journal came in. That's what I'm doing. Part of me wants to do more sprints, but at the same time, I don't have any more prompts to work with for anyone who wants them. And I really do need to sleep because I've got to take Hubs to work. I don't even know where he is at. Hopefully he didn't fall asleep at his desk. But I've got to take him to work tomorrow because the girls have D&D. So I need to take him to work so I can take the girls D&D. And then I got to go back and pick him up from work. And pick the kids up from D&D. Fun stuff. Yeah, as much as I want to finish this tonight, I'm not going to do it on the live stream. So I'm going to wrap this up. It's okay, Skye. I know, but I want to get it done. And I'm very much the kind of person, when you give me a deadline, I can work towards that deadline. And usually when someone gives me a deadline, I start work on stuff right away. I just haven't because lazy. I think we had that conversation earlier. But anyways, I'm going to go ahead and wrap this up. He was awake when I walked past to take my meds, so he might be asleep now, but he might be awake. For all I know, he's outside smoking his last smoke before he comes to bed. I don't know. Anyways, I'm going to let you all go. Thank you all for joining me tonight. I will be here next week for another live stream where we'll do more productivity sprints. But I am taking all of December off. I will still have like posts going up in the community tab. And I think I figured out what kind of stuff I want to post. I want to post like questions and polls to see what kind of stuff people want for 2026 so I can use that to plan for 2026 accordingly. But otherwise, I am not doing anything in December at all. There will be no live streams. There'll be no videos. Yeah, I'm taking a break in December to plan and prep and get everything ready for 2026. So anyways, thank you all for joining me tonight. And I am going to go ahead and get off here and go to bed. Let's be real. I'm going to at least finish April. Then I'm going to go to bed. I started. I want to finish it. So, yeah. Anyways. Good night, everyone.